Head east on Colorado 14 East toward County Road 79.
Nice. Alright, well, it looks like my connection is connected. Probably. So, we're out here by Fort Morgan. We're gonna get moving here shortly. Just show you guys the Q field we've got building up just to our west. Then we'll get moving and headed east further to get ahead of all this.
Continue on Colorado 14 East for 39 miles. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Main Street.
So, yeah, as you can see, we've already got some convection, got some stuff popping up along the front range here. So we're going to be tracking east to stay ahead of all this developing convection here, just kind of watching it. Thank you, Papa Skip. As always, we will stay safe. Appreciate the well wishes. So we're going to get turned around here.
Turn left onto 5th Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Colorado 14 East. Turn right onto Colorado 14 East. Continue on Colorado 14 East for 39 miles.
So if you're just joining us, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. We are out here in eastern Colorado. Going to be intercepting the tornado threat today. It was initially forecasted to be a little bit stronger of a tornado threat today. Looks like SPC has downgraded that to a level 1. I'm not going to take that time to update my title. We are once again working with my jerry-rigged network connection setup because I actually haven't been home yet. Wasn't able to get home last night. So screw it, we're doing it live. Just right on the edge of our tornado risk area, actually. We're gonna get parked up out here pretty soon. We are right exactly where we're expecting to begin to see storms starting to fire here pretty soon. And indeed, I'm already seeing some convection popping off just to the south of me here. So once I get out up into the area, I've got a little observation spot up here that I'm going to go camp up on that's close to a cell tower. And that is where we will get parked up on this. junction north of Fort Morgan that I think has our best shot of us catching a tornado today. Yeah, we got a nice pool of Cape right out there over Fort Morgan. Right about now. We're just doing a drive-in vibe right now till we get out to our target area. It's looking a little bit like north of Sterling, this area up here is kind of where things are gonna really start to pop off today. Debbie, welcome back. You missed it. Yesterday we caught a Landspout tornado. It was a weak little tornado. It wasn't a whole lot more than just a rotating dust tube, but technically still a tornado. Well, we take dust tubes, those count. But you know, doesn't feel great when you have to qualify a tornado as technically a tornado. There's a higher... Yeah, we're going... We'll be in a... It's quite hot out right now. Some stability back to the connection. I need to get like a sun visor or something for my modems to keep them from overheating like this. Yeah, it's going to be probably about an hour and a half before we have, we do have some convection firing to the south right now, but it's going to be, yeah, about an hour before any of those clouds make it this way. Yep, thanks. The Landspout, yeah, I mean it was a big tornado. It was, I mean, I think the diameter on that one was, I'd say probably 50 to 100 yards. So I mean, it was definitely a big tornado. It was just a weak tornado, so not necessarily very strong. It was the kind of tornado that, you know, I could have driven through that one, you know, very safely without any real risk. So very weak. It had a funnel cloud all the way from the cloud to the ground, but again, it was a Landspout, so basically a glorified dust devil. An unruly dust devil, basically. Yeah, it was. It's kind of funny. There was one of the cells that I was watching went tornado warned, because I saw these three cells pop up really quickly, and I was trying to decide. And then another cell popped up really quickly to my south. And I decided to go to the south cell, and then the three that I was already on and already watching to the north suddenly started rotating. So I doubled back to go get them. And as I was headed back, one of the north cells went tornado warned, but it also went rain wrapped, so I couldn't see it. So I had to punch through the rain curtains to go see it. But as I was trying to punch through the rain, looking back south where I was previously, if I'd stayed in my spot to the south, I would have been really close to that Landspout tornado. But if I hadn't jogged south to begin with, I would have caught the tornado to the north. So my instinct was right. If I just stayed in place, I would have gotten the big tornado to the north. But if I'd stayed in place to the south, I would have gotten the weak tornado. Because I was indecisive, I kind of didn't really get either of them very closely, which is fine. I was able to report the Landspout, so I did get a spotter report in on one of them. I'll take it though, I'll take it. That was still a successful chase in my book. It's more tornadoes than I got the day before. 0. No, I didn't actually. I was so the Landspout. I was racing to try to catch the north tornado because that one was a supercell tornado, and that one had a pretty strong vortex signature on radar. I figured I could catch up to that one, so I was racing to get that one. I decided not to waste my time getting the weak tornado to the south. And I mean, like, those like weak Landspout tornadoes are fairly common in this area, so it didn't really look like much. In hindsight, I probably should have stopped and taken a photo of it because that was the only tornado I got that day, but it is what it is. I don't feel too bad about not doing any good photography of it because I'd rather give up a weak tornado to try to get a bigger, more photogenic one. That one wasn't exactly super photogenic. It was also kind of in a weird position where those Landspout tornadoes tend to be really long and ropey, so I wasn't able to actually get the funnel cloud and its ground contact in the same photo because the funnel cloud was behind me and the ground ground contact point was on the other side of me. They must have been at least a mile apart where it connected from the cloud to the ground. Yeah, I mean, landspouts are tornadoes. They are, I guess, real tornadoes in the sense that, like, park here? No, I can't park here. Never mind. Landspouts are real tornadoes. Their mechanism of formation is different than supercell tornadoes. So there's a ghost town up here we're gonna stop at. We'll stop at this ghost town and we'll do a survey of the stormscape. But we've got some cells starting to pop off to my west. So when we get to this ghost town, we'll take a look at radar and satellite and look west and see some of these storms. I think there's a ghost town. I might have missed it. I think it's a little ways up still. No, I have to go up a little bit further. There's a ghost town up on one of these roads up here. When we get to the ghost town, I will stop and pull off the highway, and we'll take a look back at the storms from the ghost town. One of these ghost towns up here is a ghost town specifically because I think there's kind of a fun ghost story that goes along with the ghost town too. Ghost town's called Wild Horse. It was a late 1800s ghost town. So not quite a frontier. Well, I guess technically a frontier town. I need to remember where it is though. It's kind of out in a field. It's not right off the highway. It still has a couple standing structures. When we get to that ghost town, we'll pull off. Take a look at the storms. Hey everyone. We're out of my favorite stretch of highway, Highway 14. This is where I see like all of my tornadoes. It's always specifically on this stretch of highway. It's where I caught those 3 tornadoes back in the end of June. I mean, it's really worth remembering that we are past peak tornado season, so chances of us seeing anything super impressive out here are unlikely, very low. I also got a crazy dust storm yesterday too, which was also pretty wild. I wasn't sure if that dust storm was outflow or inflow on a storm, and it turned out it was inflow because it was getting lofted up into the storm. Is that it? That ain't it. out here. Yeah, at least I can see chat today. Yeah, I did. I went live like 6 times yesterday, and I did catch a Landspout. I didn't quite catch the supercell tornado. I didn't drive fast enough, but I don't think this is the ghost town. No, this is not the ghost town. It's a little bit further up the road here. We're gonna stop at the. No, tornadoes happen in a season. So tornadoes happen they happen regionally in different parts of the country. So in the United States, tornadoes happen in kind of in 2 seasons. They happen during the spring. So usually. So in the southern United States, they kind of happen in the late. So that's like Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, called the Dixie states. That their tornado season kind of starts towards the end of winter, which is going to be like January, February, March. The Great Plains tornado season, which is where like kind of classic tornado season, that's going to be like March, April, May, June. It's more like April, May, June is peak tornado season. May is when most tornadoes happen. Like the day of the year that gets the most tornadoes is June 1st. And then there's kind of a sharp fall off. Then Canada's tornado season is like June, July, August. And then there's like a second severe season, which happens in the fall, which is not quite as strong as first severe season, but that's going to kind of be like August, September, October. And then of course there's hurricane season. Of course hurricanes create tornadoes. We'll stop here. There's a little ghost town here. Stop in this little ghost town out here. Oh, so you saw that brush landspout? Yeah, there were actually 3 tornadoes yesterday. There was one near Brush, and the Brush one crossed the highway at 76. I didn't see that one. That one was awesome, though. I saw the photos of that one on Twitter. That one was really cool looking. I didn't get to that one in time. I got to the one that crossed I-80 in Nebraska, and that one was really cool looking. Or the one that I saw in Nebraska was just a dust tube, so it wasn't quite as cool as the one down there, down in Colorado. And then there was also a supercell tornado up by Bridgeport, Nebraska, and I was trying to catch that one. I just couldn't drive fast enough to get on it. But yeah, if you want to see tornadoes in Colorado, right where I'm parked right now is the place to see them. They get landspouts out here literally all the time. Landspout tornadoes are very common in this area. And you can even see them out of season. Like, I got a friend who's a storm chaser based out of Lamar who's caught landspouts out here even as late as like October. It's not just a matter of the right temperature. It has a lot to do with the jet stream. Every spring the jet stream kind of dips south. It makes kind of a big scooping pattern that you need to have wind shear, upper level wind shear in order to produce tornadoes. And so when the jet stream dips to the south in the spring, that produces wind shear. You basically need a combination of like 3 factors. You need warm moist air, and you need cold, dry air, and you need wind shear. Those are the three things that you need to create a tornado. When you get all those conditions converging in the same place, that's what can create a tornado. And the spring is when those conditions are most likely to occur. The unique geography of the United States is what produces those conditions most readily. Like, tornadoes can happen anywhere, but they're most likely to happen here because the geography here produces those conditions. We have a very warm tropical climate to the south in the Gulf of Mexico. We have a hot, dry climate out in the desert southwest, and then we've got the jet stream that dips down south during the spring, and so that kind of creates suitable conditions for tornadoes. That wind shear is really the warm, moist air and that wind shear are really key ingredients. You're in the UK, right? I think the UK has, like, if I remember correctly, has a suitably warm, moist climate, but I don't think it has the wind shear conditions to create tornadoes as readily as the United States does. Yeah, part of it is also because of the open flatlands out here. The Great Plains are it is the geography of the Great Plains that creates the conditions. It is not necessarily the flatness itself that creates the tornado that is suitable for the tornado, because there's a myth that tornadoes can't form in mountains, which is not true. Tornadoes form in the mountains all the time. It is the environment created by the Great Plains that makes it suitable for tornadoes here, if that makes sense. Alright, well, we got some storms developing. We got some convection firing down here. So we got some options. A lot of stuff kind of bubbling up right now. Just kind of have to play wait and see. I don't see any big towers going up yet. So when we start seeing towers that we gotta gotta play the waiting game at this point. About 1 o'clock, it's about when these storms are starting to pop up. I think when this cap lifts, you start seeing more towering storms developing out here. No MD just yet. If you're just joining me now, I'm just sitting here in, my name is Patrick, I'm a storm chaser. I'm just sitting here north of Fort Morgan, Colorado, about 20 miles or so north of Fort Morgan. Sitting out here in the Denver Convergence Vorticities zone, watching storms pop up along the Front Range and float out towards me. what part of the tornado forms first? Depends on the type of tornado. Your classic supercell tornado. So there's a special type of thunderstorm that can produce a tornado, and that's a supercell. Not all thunderstorms are supercells. Supercells are the rarest type of thunderstorm. But it's a rotating thunderstorm. With a very distinct look. Supercell thunderstorms, typically the tornado will form, you'll see a funnel cloud forming in the cloud, and that will drop down sort of from the sky to the ground. And that kind of forms when you've got basically wind shear between layers that are causing like wrapping and twisting motion that's in stretching that goes from horizontal to vertical. And it's when it goes from horizontal to vertical because the wind shear that causes it to sort of reach towards the ground. It kind of tilts, if that makes sense. And so when it like fully tilts all the way to the ground, that's when it becomes a tornado. But not all tornadoes start. Not all tornadoes start in the cloud. Some tornadoes start at the ground up. Landspout tornadoes start at the ground up. So landspouts can form. Landspouts don't need supercells to form. Landspouts occur when there is surface vorticity, that is like rotating winds on the ground, like a dust devil. So when you have a weak column of air on the ground that's rotating, and a cloud with a weak circulation in it passes over it, the rotation on the ground can kind of connect to the rotation in the cloud, and that can create a tornado. So you can get a landspout or a dust tube tornado from a you can get a dust tube from the ground up. The landspouts form from the ground up. And then waterspouts form similarly too. Although waterspouts are weird, I don't really fully understand their mechanism of formation. And landspout tornadoes don't need a supercell. Landspout tornadoes just need a like a ground rotation and a little bit of rotation in the clouds. That's about it. And I'm starting to see something interesting over there. Keep my eye on that. Might be the beginning of our storm. Yeah, waterspouts are like, I believe, some of the most common types of tornadoes, or at least they're the kind that people were most familiar with, like in antiquity anyways, because like sailors would see them all the time, because they form in coastal waters. They can form under, there's like two different types of waterspout. There are supercell waterspouts, and those are basically just like regular supercell tornadoes that just form over water. And then there are fair weather waterspouts, which can form off of just like any cloud. It's just a cold air funnel that reaches all the way down to the water. You can see those in Lake Michigan, the Florida Keys. I know they get a lot of those in England and anywhere. There's a map. I think I've seen a map that shows you where like fair weather waterspouts form. I've seen a fire tornado actually. I caught one totally by accident earlier this year. I got a video of it on my channel. Yeah, you can also you can get fire tornadoes can happen. It's a rare type of tornado. I'm a very serious person with a very serious YouTube channel. I licensed the song Hot Stuff by Donna Summer for that one, for that video. Yeah, it was a, there was a controlled burn. I was actually returning from a storm chase in Missouri, and on my drive home, there was a controlled burn. And that controlled burn, there was, a fire tornado formed in the burn area, and I got video of it. There was just strong surface vorticity that day, and there was a fire tornado there. It was a very weak one. It was just a very weak rotating updraft, so. But I'd never seen one before, so it was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm skeptical about, the term controlled burn if things are burning so intensely that you have a giant fire tornado. You worry slightly about that, but the club build up on the 4th of July was, I streamed some of that. It wasn't too bad. And just a garden variety thunderstorm. Mark, there were some good chase days in Missouri, but they were all in southern Missouri, and I don't like chasing southern Missouri because it's all just like bayou and swamp down there. It's all winding. I don't like chasing in Missouri in general because all the roads out there are all windy and zigzaggy and all over the place. And yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, but there were a lot of deaths in Missouri from tornadoes this year, guys. Missouri got hit pretty hard. Missouri got hit pretty hard this year, guys. St. Louis is still like recovering. Yeah, the roads out there suck. They're not great. So as you guys can see, we have some convection popping off down there. None of it seems to sustain. This all looks really capped right now. So I think we're just waiting for this cap to break. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, there's also a lot of property damage down there. So those of you who don't know, I'm a video game developer. I work at a mobile game studio. I made an indie video game, an indie first-person shooter. A fellow indie game dev, a first-person shooter developer, who made the PC port of Doom 64. His house got leveled by a tornado in Texas at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I mean, it's not been a super great year for, severe weather in general. I know that they're still finding more victims of those floods down in Texas. Yeah, no, it's not great. That doesn't surprise me. You guys are gonna have to let me know how the I mean, Debbie, it's you guys aren't used to it out there. I mean, you guys don't build your home. It's my understanding that in the UK they don't really build homes with like insulation for cooling or for like air conditioning or anything. So I mean, it's not like it isn't a valid concern. Something that's worth remembering is that the number one weather-related injury in the United States is heat stroke. Heat stroke far and away kills more people in the United States than any other weather-related injury. It outpaces like drowning deaths from flooding, car accidents from rain. everything. Yeah, death from heat stroke is like the #1 cause of weather-related cause of death in the U.S. So it's not an invalid concern by any means. It's definitely real. Just because it isn't as dramatic as flooding doesn't mean it's any less a valid concern, especially if you live in a climate where you're not used to it. Something interesting going on over here. I'll turn my car around. This town out here, this town isn't quite a ghost town, although I do think it's amusing that I think 1/3 of the structures in this town are churches. We're parked at a little an abandoned diner. A little abandoned. Most of the structures in this town are abandoned. Property. Well, that looks like something. A lot of these little towns out here in eastern Colorado are kind of becoming ghost towns just because of industrial farming. Like a lot of the locals are just getting bought out by these big farms, so there's not really a whole lot of reason to have much of a local population when most of these farms are being run by these big corporate farms. Same story, just same old story. Town after town just getting bought out by corporate farms. There's not a lot of and so, you know, when you have these big corporate farms, they don't have locals working on them anymore. They just have a lot of contractors. And then you also have a lot of the local labor being replaced. Like, you don't need a local delivery guy anymore when you have an Amazon fulfillment center where you get a driver that drives for 18 hours a day. So it's just corporate consolidation is killing all these small towns. And like this little diner here, like if you are a Amazon delivery driver and you have to drive a 200-mile route in a day, you don't have time to stop at a diner at the end of the day, you know? You just have to go. Or if you're only making minimum wage to do that, you can't afford to stop at a diner. So sometimes, you know, a little diner like this one that I'm parked at right now is the only business in town. If this is the only business in town, it'll just dry up. Like all these tractor supply stores and stuff, you know, if there's no local farmers, then there's no tractor supply store. So if you have the collapse of a local, you can basically have one business go out of business in one of these small towns, and the entire economy of that town will collapse. There's also been farming subsidies have also been, you know, slashed pretty heavily over the last couple of years. So there's a lot of factors that contribute to that. But the short answer is corporate consolidation, changing farming subsidies, changing economic demands, improvements in technology. But the big one is mostly corporate consolidation. Just big industrial farms buying up smaller farms. This storm's got a little bitty baby wall cloud on it. So like a little storm like this could potentially produce a landspout if we had like an outflow boundary on it. I don't think this storm here is going to produce anything. Weather radar am I using out here? Yeah, this is not a storm cloud. This is just a little. It's dropping a little bit of rain. You can see it's dropping some rain over there. Probably a little bit windy under there. Yeah, it's just visually interesting. It's just visually interesting looking. Yeah, there's kind of a, if you look on Denver radar, you can see kind of a weak outflow boundary out there by Deer Trail, kind of up there. Yeah, well, don't underestimate my ability to get injured by the most mundane things out here. Yeah, there's some kind of a boundary up here. I'm not really sure what it is. Looks like there's a boundary kind of up along Fort Collins. I can see it like Grover. I can kind of see it on the Cheyenne radar. Also, Mel, when you drove up 76 to go see a storm, you definitely, that makes you a storm chaser. So, technically speaking. Yeah, it looks like there's some kind of a boundary out here by going up between Lyman, Fort Morgan, Sterling. I believe even though this restaurant is closed, this lot is probably still owned by somebody, so probably gonna have to skedaddle here soon. Yeah, it looks like these storms are still capped. We're still seeing, probably still seeing some convective inhibition, probably due to the thermal inversion in some layer. Let me take a look at my mesoscale analysis. Looks like we got a mesoscale analysis out for Sioux Falls area. That's not surprising. Mel, are you actually a treasure hunter? Do you like look for like hidden treasure in places and stuff? Like, do you do like gold prospecting or any of that? Where in Colorado? Well, right now we're out near Fort Morgan. Is my location displayed on stream, by the way, guys? Can you guys see my location on the top left? Is that displayed? Yeah, I'm New Raymer right now. But like, yeah, north of Fort Morgan right now. We're waiting for things to start firing up here. We probably have another hour to go before these storms really start going. I am seeing some interesting, you can see right now all these are kind of capped. None of the stuff is really taking off. We're getting some cool shapes though. Look at that. We're starting to get that look though. Starting to get some towers going up. So, just watching the clouds go by, you know, the usual. I was gonna, Mel, if you're a treasure hunter, I was wondering if you watch Shane Clash, or if you're if you're familiar with his work on YouTube. Yeah, I saw that. You guys are getting some winds down there. I was just looking at that on the traffic cameras. Hot and gusty. Hey, Mr. Twister, nice to see you. But Mel, if you're not familiar with Shane Clash, you should definitely go subscribe to his channel if you're a treasure hunter. He does a lot of like gold prospecting and stuff. And he's based out of Colorado. He's based out of Boulder. Or no, I don't think he's in Boulder anymore. I think he moved maybe Colorado Springs. Somewhere. What, Mr. Twister? Maybe. Stuff to the south is starting to look a little bit more interesting now. Well, technically his full name is Mr. Twister Weather. I don't know if this is the case in England, but the colloquial term for a tornado here is a twister. I think the only two contexts in which you'll hear people describe twister here in the United States is either in the context of a tornado or that party game for perverts. Here. Oh, hot and gusty. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anybody who busts out Twister at a party, nobody who does that has good intentions. Like, anybody who has Twister, instant red flag. Yeah, so we got that line of... So we got some convection popping off down here. Just watching the clouds go by. You can see there is... We got some stuff popping off down near Walsenburg, Pueblo, Colorado Springs. I'm starting to see development all across Colorado. Take a look at the weather radar. So you can see here we've got some kind of an outflow boundary. You can see that outflow boundary right there. And that's down near Fountain, Canyon City, Colorado Springs. It's probably what's driving that, Mr. Twister. That special weather statement. Yeah. And that boundary kind of goes up here. And we can actually kind of see our storm, that's probably what that is right here on radar. That's probably what I'm looking at right now. That little cluster to the north of me. I'm going to switch over to the Denver radar. Yeah, alright, so we're on the Denver radar tower. So blue dot's me. Yeah, so you can see those little storms kind of along. Yeah, there's kind of a boundary. Turn off the radar view. There's kind of a boundary here between Loveland, going up to Kimball. Nope. Shut this off. I believe there's a, looks like there's something over Longmont. That must be that guy over there. Yeah, I think these cells that are popping up along the front range right now are going to be... So I think all this stuff we're seeing out here, these are just little prefrontals. I'm not going to chase any of these. I don't think any of these are going to turn into anything. I think the stuff that's on the front range that's starting to hit radar right now, that's going to be our real area of interest. Not really. It depends on where you live. Debbie, if you live in the south, in the southern United States, you know, because the water table is so high down there, and because most of those areas are below sea level, it's kind of impossible to build cellars. And actually most houses up here, like, you know, in Colorado don't really have cellars in them. I mean, some of them do, some of them don't. It's really kind of like a rich people thing to have a cellar or a storm shelter or even a basement. It's kind of a luxury. yeah, most homes like in Tornado Alley and stuff don't really have basements or cellars. I can send you a video about that. I don't know if you're in our Discord or not, Debbie, but I can send you a video that actually kind of explains why most homes in the United States do not have any kind of tornado precautions. And it's because like tornadoes are, even though we get a lot of them here, we get like 1,000, but it's like between 1,000 and 1,300 tornadoes every year here. They're still pretty rare. Like the chances of you getting hit by a tornado here are still like 1 in a million. So there's not really any reason to add all that extra cost to a house because it probably won't happen. It's like winning the lottery. The chances of getting hit by a tornado is like the chances of you winning the lottery. Like media reporting, because tornadoes are so dramatic, like there tends to be a lot of media reporting around them, and because there's a lot of like yahoos like me that like to get out here and take photos of them. Tornadoes tend to occupy a lot of spaces in the news. It's all about like risk level, right? I think of it like this, right? It's all about risk. What's the best way I would describe this? Here's how I would describe risk. Here's a good way of thinking about this. A couple of years ago, there was a serial poisoning where people were finding where basically a serial killer was opening up like Tylenol medication at like grocery stores and slipping like poison pills into them. So like some people were dying from just taking like over the counter like Tylenol medication because somebody was poisoning them, right? And that's pretty scary if you think about that, right? And so like there was a lot of like it got like wall-to-wall media coverage. Like people were scared to take Tylenol, and like people were throwing their Tylenol away, and it really hit Tylenol's stock value, or like their parent company. I believe it was I think it was Bayer or AstraZeneca. I don't know who makes Tylenol. It's like Bayer or AstraZeneca. Don't know who does it. But like it was a whole big media thing, and like, you know, a couple people died, and like they introduced a whole bunch of legislation for like food tampering and label safety. But like, you know, the thing about this is only like a couple people died from this, and people kind of ignored the fact that like people die from taking Tylenol all the damn time. Like there's a non-zero chance that anytime you take Tylenol, you're just gonna die of liver failure. Like I think people forget how dangerous Tylenol actually is. And that's kind of the way you need to think about tornadoes. Like, in terms of like weather threats, tornadoes are pretty low on the list of like things that are actually dangerous to you. Like heat's a big one. But honestly, rain's kind of a bigger threat. Yeah, Jerry, that is true. But this was that's actually that whole Tylenol thing was actually why a lot of those, like, you know how you have to push through that annoying like plastic seal on the top of your like medication bottles and stuff these days? That actually exists entirely because of that whole Tylenol thing. Well, it's not even flooding, Mr. Twister. It's people die from hydroplaning in their vehicles. Like literally thousands of people every year die in car crashes because of just because of the rain, just because people do not know how to get out of a hydroplane, or because people just drive in the rain when they shouldn't be driving. You know, and it's not because of flooding. It's just because there is less, you know, less than 3 centimeters of water on the road. And that's kind of like risk levels, right? Rain is more dangerous to you than a tornado is, right? Tylenol is more dangerous to you than being poisoned by a serial killer who's poisoning Tylenol, right? So it's all about risk. So they don't build houses to withstand tornadoes because, or with basements, because like that adds a lot of extra cost onto the house when there's not really a whole lot of benefit to it. Yeah, chances are you will never need to use your tornado shelter if you have one. It's like home alarm systems, right? Home invasions, home robberies almost never happen. You are more likely to be robbed by like a family member than you are by like some random person breaking into your house. You know, I feel the same way, Blondie. I would definitely rather have a tornado shelter than not, also. But, like, if I'm building a new house, and, like, you know, if that's the difference between, like, that's like a $50,000 add-on, you know? Like, that's a lot of money. Yeah, exactly. Fires. House fires are way more likely and way more devastating, more dangerous than a tornado, right? And that's the silly thing, right? People unplug their fire alarms and stuff all the time. That fire alarm is a better investment to you than your smoke detectors. Way better investment in safety infrastructure for you than than a tornado cellar or than a tornado shelter. Well, yeah, but, you know, that's kind of how things go. If you live in the Midwest, if you live in Colorado, you get a tornado warning. Instead of going to the basement, you go outside and say, "Where's the tornado, guys?" We got some pretty clouds out here. So we got this that we're tracking. We're watching these updraft columns develop here. So we're definitely in the right place. We've got two kind of lines of clouds that are beginning to develop. This thing over here is actually starting to get kind of an anvil on it. I don't know, this could be a storm. But yeah, at the end of the day, in terms of personal health and safety, yeah, I guess at the end of the day, in terms of personal health and safety, smoke detector, smoke alarm, fire alarm is a better investment than a really expensive, basement for your home. And that's just how the math shakes out. Because, yeah, you're very unlikely to encounter a tornado. I mean, as our climate changes, we are seeing tornadoes more frequently. We're getting more hurricanes and stuff, and I mean, that's definitely something that is going to change over time. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, Bethany, we're glad to hear that you're okay. I've talked about this on this channel before, so I won't belabor the point. But yeah, my first experience with a tornado was very scary. It definitely left sort of a lifelong impression on me. That's why I do this. No, it wasn't the Windsor tornado, actually. Although the Windsor tornado definitely re-traumatized me, for sure. For sure. You guys seeing some potential over there? Sure. I feel like I talk about it all the time, but yeah, I'll happily tell this story. It's kind of a boring story, but I'm gonna move out of this parking lot real quick, and I'm gonna drop down the road over to where over the truck parking, so I'm not blocked by these buildings. So we have a better view of these storms as they start to pop up. Also, I think I might order a pizza, and it'll make it easier for the pizza guy to find me. Yeah, I also stream on Twitch. This stream should also currently be live on Twitch right now. So I'm on Twitch, and in theory, I have to wait 60 days before I can go live on Facebook. But I do have a Facebook page. You just search my name, Patrick Pineda, Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda, and you'll find me. Let me not park in front of that tree. Where do we want to park? Park right over here. Let's use the wide-angle lens. We have a warning on this storm? Hey, we have a, hey, look at that. We have a mesoscale discussion out. And look at that, these tops are starting to go up too. Look at those updraft columns. I think we're in the right spot to see something happen, guys. I'm gonna change the positioning on my, you can see I've got my, my radiator up on my dash here. Let me take this off and hang it here. Quick. That's what that radiator. Alright. It's a bit easier for me to see. But yeah, I'll tell you guys about my first tornado for sure. I feel like I've told this story a whole bunch. So sorry if I sound like a broken record for those of you guys who've heard it before. I mean, I've got severe ADHD and I just stream of consciousness all the time, baby. I'm always yapping. Yeah, I'll explain my tornado story. So it's pretty basic. So it was 1997. I was 7 years old, or 6 years old, I guess. It was just before my 7th birthday. So yeah, I'm gonna be turning 35 next week. My family, my mom's side of the family lives out in Michigan, and so we would always go visit them every summer. So we'd always drive from Colorado to Michigan, and we'd always take I-80 out through Wyoming, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana, and then into Michigan. That's how we'd always get out there. And on the way back one year, we were coming back, or that year, we came back through, Cheyenne, and just out there past Pine Bluffs, a supercell formed on the highway, like right in front of us, and that thing just farted out like 2 tornadoes right in front of us. And I mean, since we were driving west, it was moving towards us. There was nowhere to go, so we had to like abandon the vehicle and just go to take shelter at a gas station just right off the side of the road. Didn't have much time, so it was kind of scary. We had to leave the dog in the car because like the dog was all penned up and stuff, so we just like had to abandon the vehicle. And like the tornado didn't hit us or anything, it passed close to us. So yeah, it was really scary. But like I actually saw the tornado, so like, but ever since then, it kind of left me with like a kind of a lifelong fear of thunderstorms. I always used to get really bad storm anxiety in thunderstorms, panic attacks and stuff like that, which isn't great, So just a couple of years ago, I just decided to like kind of pick up storm chasing as a hobby. It's just kind of a way to kind of face your fears type thing. And I've gone on like maybe between like 2015 and like 2020, or in like 2022, I went on maybe 12 storm chases, like maybe 1 or 2 a year. Never really saw much of anything. And then I decided to really like go hard at it 2 years ago, and I started doing the social media thing last year. So so last year I finally started like really kind of drilling into it and like started catching photogenic tornadoes and sharing them on social media. And so that's where I am now. So anyways, I've been having fun with it. This is like mostly my hobby. I do this for fun. I would like to try to monetize this in some way. I haven't quite figured out how to do that. I mean, I've got like the super chats and the channel memberships and stuff like that. It is expensive doing this, as much as I have been. I've already completely destroyed 2 cars doing this. So. Oh, and then there was the 2008 Windsor tornado. That was very scary. That came within a mile of my house. That was pretty terrifying. That was like the day I graduated from high school. That tornado, like, yeah, it was really scary. Hey Hudson, we are just chilling out here, watching the clouds go by. What do we think, guys? Do we think these storms are gonna? Do we think these are gonna turn into anything? Oh, thanks, Bill. Well, so Debbie, professionally, I'm an animator. I went to school for animation. I work as a game, technically my job title is tech artist. Basically, I do software engineering, but because I don't have engineer in my job title, they don't have to pay me like an engineer. They can pay me like an artist. But my field of study was animation, and so when you do any kind of when you do animation, you have to know how to just use cameras. So I started doing I did a photography class in middle school, and back then we didn't have digital cameras, so we had to develop our own film in a darkroom and stuff. So I've just kind of always done photography, just like when you work in animation, you just have to know how to set up cameras and stuff. I don't see anything, Mr. Twister, but I appreciate that. I'm using I wish I could show you. Actually, I could show you what my setup looks like. I can show you what my setup looks like. In fact, so I don't stream from the YouTube app. I stream from a program called IRL Pro. Well, inside baseball here. I don't know if this shows up at all, but you guys can see here. Oh, well, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. You guys can see here. This is the program that I use for live streaming. It's really neat. I can switch between my different camera lenses. I can use the wide angle lens. It also gives me a lot more control than the YouTube app does. I can set the exposure if I want. Importantly, I can turn off the autofocus. Very importantly, I can turn off the autofocus, so that way it doesn't focus on the raindrops on my windshield, which is nice. So when we get under these storms, I can switch off autofocus, so that way the camera's not just stuck looking at the raindrops on the windshield anymore, which is nice, very nice. But the problem is, it's because the refresh rate on the camera is probably the same as the frame rate, or it's probably the same as the shutter speed on this camera. Yeah, it's because the shutter speed on this camera, on this phone, is probably the same as the refresh rate on this phone screen. There's a really great Captain Disillusion video about that. But yeah, you can see here, I've got a bunch of, oh, hold on, anti-flicker, maybe I can turn that on. Let me see if I can turn on anti-flicker and show you guys that. Torch, anti-flicker, 50 hertz, 60 hertz, off. Well, I tried. But that's probably because this is but yeah, this is but as you can see, but you can also see here what my chat looks like on the phone screen. Here, hold on, let me change my focus. I'm going to change the focus on this to be manual. The other thing I like about this is I can manually focus the camera, which is really nice. But as you guys can see, this is how it displays the chat for me. So it doesn't actually show me my super chats because it's not the YouTube app. It's a plugin. So, anyways, yeah, the name of the app is IRL Pro. On iPhone, it's called Moblin. But anyways, this is a little bit of inside baseball if you guys want to know what I'm using for my setup. That's why I can't see super chats. Yeah, I did probably open up a gateway to hell by doing that. I'm sorry about that. Apologize in advance. Creatures from the nether may appear. Anyways, how do we feel about this storm here, guys? It's starting to cook. All right, we're gonna push east a little bit. Get out ahead of this a little bit further. Actually, no, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna remember to put my camera up before I do that. Yeah, Mr. Twister, if you are a meteorology streamer or a weather broadcaster, you are free to use my stream if you like. All I ask is that you consider becoming a channel member. It's recommended but not required. I will be have licensing requirements on my stream in the future, but not right now. Right now my channel is small enough that you know, I don't charge. It doesn't benefit me to charge anything to rebroadcast. I was thinking about ordering a pizza down here, but seeing how these storms are now kind of starting to go up, I think I'm probably going to wait on that. Anyways. Okay, watch the base of that storm and let me know if you see anything under there. I'm going to be right back. You guys can see there's some twisting motion in there. It's kind of cool. This is a little prefrontal storm. Don't get your hopes up, though. Don't get excited about this. As I look south, I see more storms developing to the south now. Getting special weather statements on them. Let me drop the exposure on this. Yeah, I appreciate all of you for who gave donations. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. Alright, I'll be back. No, I won't. Just kidding. I don't... Okay. I don't actually have my camera assembled yet. think when you see people talking about global climate adjustment, I think they're talking about weather modification, which, as you guys will recall, we did go looking for the weather machines earlier. It's starting to kind of look like a supercell. Anyways, there are a lot of conspiracy theories about like people controlling the weather. If you guys will recall, we did an entire stream where we went to go check to see if there were weather machines creating the weather. There are not. I saw that, yeah. We had a very, very funny stream where we debunked weather control. So help me, I will turn this car around and we will debunk it again if I have to. Yeah, we talked about like HARP and stuff, and we can thoroughly debunk a lot of that stuff. Yeah, we had fun with it. Yeah, you guys got a lot of them last year. A lot of the tornadoes you got in New York last year were actually due to hurricane remnants. You guys had the remnants of multiple hurricanes pass through the state, which created suitable conditions for tornadoes. HARP is a high altitude auroral, like it says it in the name. High altitude auroral research. Like it was about auroras. Like it wasn't about weather control. You can go up there right now, by the way. Like that whole array of sensors that they used it's still available. Like it's open to the public. They have a website. You can literally go up there right now and go check it out if you want. Yeah, somebody in chat thought that the weather was being made by weather machines. And they were pointing at a cloud and they were saying, "Hey, that cloud is being made by weather machines." And I took them up on that. It's like, all right, we're gonna go check to see if there's a weather machine over there, and there wasn't, because of course there isn't. There are no weather machines. I mean, people want easy explanations for things. I mean, make no mistake. The government has spent a lot of money on trying to control the weather, and a lot of the results have been absolutely hilarious. There's a long-standing tradition of the U.S. government trying to control the weather and having disastrous ecological results, and that's a very funny thing that's worth talking about. But like, Have they ever succeeded? No. No, they have not. Okay. I think I've got my camera set up. I just need to make sure that I can connect to it. We've been keeping eyes on the skies for sure. Alright. I'm gonna mount my camera up top here. What brand of cigarettes do you smoke? I actually quit smoking. I haven't smoked for it's gonna be a couple of years now, coming up in a few days. So, yeah, I quit a while ago. Don't smoke; it's a terrible idea. Hey, Justin. Okay, roof camera's up. Roof camera is up. Looks like our storm's got a special weather. Our storm here's got a special weather statement on it now. We're gonna back off this one a little bit and get a little bit further off to the east. Yeah. With these guys here, might be storm chasers. All right, and I got just turned on my spotter beacon, so. Thanks for stopping in, Justin. Always good to see you. Justin is another storm chaser based out of Arkansas. Bill, you can drop a link to his channel if you like. Oh, that's right. Special chalupa statement. How could I forget? Hey, Steffi. Good to see you. All right, we got the roof-mounted camera up. We'll have the video feed from it in just a second. Hey, look at that. Nothing. You can't see that. Why would you? Okay. There appears to be something stuck to the lens. I'm going to clean the lens real quick. Oh, it's not the brightness. It's the refresh rate. All right, let me go clean the lens. Then we're gonna move. We're gonna go east. I have my lens cloth here, but maybe I don't. Okay, eastward. All right, recording 4K video from the roof cam. Let's roll. There's our southern storms.
South on Colorado 71 south toward Colorado. Head west on Colorado 14 west, then make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
All right. Yep, we're gonna move and headed east to stay ahead of the storm. I'm gonna try to give you guys a rear view look at the storm. I'm gonna have to take my filter off the lens, so it might be a little bit harder to see, but you guys should be able to see it over my shoulder. Let's see if you can see it out the window there. There you go. Here it is. I normally have the time on the stream. I kind of forgot to put it up there. It is 2:02 p.m. Actually, I believe I have an overlay. I'll do it later, but I believe I can put a time overlay on the screen as well. That might get to my next stop. You guys can see my target storm is behind me, out my rear view. Over there. So. We're going to just move forward on this one a little bit. That storm does have a special weather statement on it now. Hitting another low signal zone here pretty
21
soon.
miles.
We're actually not too far away from Sterling where we're at. Through some low signal areas, folks. Thanks for stopping in, Tim. We're going to get out to Sterling here before we face back west again. We may need to drop south on this storm, looking at how much development we're seeing off to the south now. right, and we are moving east to stay ahead of the storm. Joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. We are currently just to the northeast. We're just to the northeast of Fort Morgan, Colorado. I can't look at the chat right now as my chat is as my camera is faced backwards, looking at our target storm. When we get to Sterling, I'll have a chance to look at and review the chat again here. But until then, let me know in the chat where you're joining me from. I'll have a chance to look at that in a little bit. Right now it's about 2:13 p.m. We've got a level 1 out of 5 tornado risk here on eastern Colorado today. We are staying with a developing thunderstorm. Not seeing any lightning on this storm, so I don't think it's fair to call this a thunderstorm yet. We'll call it a developing storm. I'm not seeing any lightning on this storm yet. Although most of this area has been, that we're looking at right now, has been converted to farmland. We're almost to Sterling, y'all. I think 4 o'clock is when our convection is really going to start to really pop off. And that's when I think our tornado threat is really going to begin to intensify. So we're still about 2 hours out from that. We're going to, of course, be watching this, of course, because I believe that there may be a landspout threat based on the 3 Cape values. Take a look at our mesoscale discussion. and we are just now entering Sterling. Let me find a good pull-off spot up here. I think there's a church parking lot here we can pull into before we get out into the highway, before we get stuck in the city. Can't look at the chat right now, guys, but I think looking for a good pull-off spot up here that we can get parked up on. My usual they got rid of my usual pull-off spot. Try this. I think there's a little Southward Highway over here that we can get pulled off onto.
Head south on County Road 31. In half a mile, turn right toward Desert Drive.
Got much more menacing while I wasn't looking at it. Take a look at that here in a second.
Turn right toward Desert Drive.
I don't think I will, Siri.
Continue for half a mile. Head south on County Road 31 toward County Road 26. Continue on County Road 31 for 1.5 miles.
Pull off right over here. Yeah. Pull off on.
Head east, then make a U-turn. Continue on County Road 31 for 3/4 of a mile.
All right. There's our storm. Well, that escalated quickly. It's a farm road, so I don't think anybody should bother us over here. Alright, we're parked. Alright, how's that for a view? Landspout! We have a tornado. Holy crap, right over there. Are you kidding me?
Continue on County Road 31 for 3/4 of a
Possible
mile.
tornado right on the ground. Are you kidding me? Alright, hang on guys. I just spotted a ground. I just spotted a might be a Landspout, might be a dust
Half a
devil.
mile, turn right on
We're gonna go check it out real quick.
Turn right onto Colorado 14 East.
Yeah, looked like a dust devil, maybe, possibly a Landspout. I'm gonna go pop back over there real quick and take a look at it. See what that was. Yeah, I just caught it right out of the corner of my eye. It was right up over here past the highway.
Head west on Colorado.
Yeah,
14
Gustnado.
west toward Desert Drive, then turn left onto Desert Drive.
Maybe it was a tractor. We'll see.
Continue on Colorado 14 west for 3/4 of a mile.
Dust too. Keep your guys' eyes peeled. I mean, this is Landspout territory, so I mean, like, Landspouts are pretty common around here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got one or two out here.
In half a mile, turn left onto County Road 29.
It's just up over this hill.
Turn left onto County Road 29. Continue on Colorado 14 West for 3/4 of a mile. You're back online. In half a mile, turn left onto County Road 27.
Oh shoot, I missed it. Well, yeah. Looking how far away from the storm we are, probably not a landspout. It was probably just a dust devil. But we'll get parked up out over here anyways, just in case. I think there's.
Turn left onto County Road 27.
Yeah, we'll get over here on CR 27. It's a good place to watch from, anyways. Probably not a landspout. This devil. There's our storm. There she is. We're kind of parked in the middle of the road here. I'm gonna pull off a little bit further, so we're off the road. Let's get off over here. Looks like this road has some traffic on it. If there was going to be a place to see a landspout, though, this would be the place. This would be the spot. Now we just play the waiting game. Kind of don't like where I'm parked because I'm basically in the middle of the road. I think I can maybe jog south on this a little bit. But this is looking like the storm. If there's any storm that's going to do it, this is the one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I need to get out of the road. Let's go south. Need to find a dirt pull-off spot here. All right, we're gonna move a little bit further south on this because it looks like that's where the storm is tracking towards.
Head south, then turn left.
Alright gang, so we got eyes on the developing storm. We're going to... Looks like they lifted our special weather statement. All these storms are starting to kind of get that comma shape to them. So we're going to push a little bit further.
You're back online.
I think more to the south and to the south and to the east. I think maybe towards Marino a little bit. Find a place in Sterling where I can park. Just look east on this storm a little bit more. And a better observation spot out here. We are finally starting to get some lightning on this storm now too. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out by the interstate and set up shop down there. Let the storms come to us. That way, I can also go grab lunch at the gas station. If you're new to this stream, don't forget to subscribe. We'll be looking at our target storms here in just a little bit. We're gonna drop, so for those of you who are just joining us, we're gonna be dropping south a little bit, position ourselves in front of these storms a little bit more. I think we're gonna get on that road towards Akron, which is going to be to our south a bit. Reposition, get faced, looking back into these storms again. They'll give us a nice north-south access road too. And then grab some lunch while we're at the gas station. drop south. So thanks for riding along, guys. It's going to be a little bit before we're looking at this storm again. Looks like they've lifted the special weather statement. No worries, Debbie. I will. I'll send you a link. You should join the. Join the Discord, Debbie. So that way, I usually post stream highlights and links to videos in there for for whenever, like, highlights whenever we get a tornado on stream. If you join the Discord, you can interact with us more directly offline and catch stuff that you miss on the streams. But otherwise, thanks for stopping on the runway. Oh, Debbie, the Discord is it's a piece of software. It's a free app that you can get on the App Store or for PC, or it's or you can access it in the web browser. Because it's yeah, it's just it's an instant messaging app that it's a chat room. So if you've got, I think Steffi just posted a link to it. Yeah, Steffi just posted it. Like, thank you, Steffi. Yeah, we're in Sterling proper. No worries, thanks for stopping in, Debbie. It's probably a good thing you forgot what you can't take from Chefy Steffi, but it's a chalupa. Yeah, don't get between Chefy Steffi and her chalupas. You want to end up dead. That's how you get dead. All right, we're gonna pull off. We're gonna get. We're gonna drive through town. We're gonna get off on the interstate up here, and then we're gonna drop south on that road and head towards Akron. So that looks where these storms are headed. It looks like we have three sort of cells out behind me right now that are kind of good candidates for our storms today. They're all kind of starting to get that comma shape on them, that inflow tail. Yeah, once we get enough channel members, I'll be able to make a chalupa. get to the interstate from here. I've driven through Sterling on like so many. Can't be giving that away on stream, Jeffy.
Street.
Oh God.
At the light, turn right onto North 3rd Street, then turn right.
You guys watching the TV show Severance? I think I'm gonna give it another watch through again here soon. It's real good.
Turn right,
really
then
been.
Turn left.
Nope. Hold on. Siri, I'm not.
Head southeast on
Quiet.
I-76 Business.
Quiet, Siri.
In a quarter mile, make a U-turn.
Wouldn't be.
Make a U-turn. In half a mile, turn left on.
Okay, we don't need you. Yep, they just put a new special weather statement on that line of storms behind me. Just like I predicted. Not really sure which weather radar I should be using here. If I want to be using Denver or Cheyenne. I think Cheyenne probably. Yeah, Cheyenne's probably the best. Looks like that northern cell has fully absorbed, the middle cell has absorbed the northern cell. So I believe that merger is probably gonna cause this to go more severe. Oh yeah, that's gotten bigger. We're almost out to my little gas station. What are we doing for lunch, folks? Wrong answers only. Once we get to my gas station, we'll turn around and take a look at that cell again.
Head east on I-76 Business toward County Road 370.
Dog food? It's a good choice. I don't even know. Is that even a word?
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the I-76 West ramp. Use the right lane to take the I-76 West ramp. Continue on I-76 West for 9 miles.
should have a better view of our storm here in a second. There it is. There it is. There's our storm. Got kind of a high base on it still. A little bit. Storm still has kind of a high base on it. But it is starting to make some noise like it's gonna go supercell. Southern storms aren't really showing that same kind of look yet. That's interesting. That's real interesting. Got some interesting looking things going on in the southern end of the storm. That is.
In 2 miles, take exit 115 for Colorado 63 toward Atwood, Akron.
Hold on. Yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go get gas. Okay, hang tight, folks. I'm gonna get gas, and then I'm gonna get a different type of gas. Be right back. All right, there's our storm, folks. I'm gonna go run inside and grab a burrito barn. I'll be right back. A barn burrito. So I'll be right back, folks. So hang tight. All right, right back, folks. So, kind of disappointed, honestly. I got all hyped up for a barn of burritos, but no barn burritos in there. There's a place where you can park on the north side of the highway here. We're gonna go over there and keep an eye on the storm. Watch it develop. All right, let's do it. What the hell? What? You guys seeing that? There's something over there. What on God's green earth is that? Oh, that might be our... okay, Landspout maybe? Landspout! Landspout! Holy crap! Nope, Landspout. Landspout tornado. Twin Landspout tornadoes. Spouts. Yeah, we're gonna go intercept them. What are you riding my ass for, buddy? You can get around me if you want. We got Landspouts, guys. Damn. Crap, where's my other camera? We got our first tornadoes of the day, guys. You guys see that? Are we still down? Oh yeah, there's the funnel. Are we still down? Oh yeah, there's nothing out here. Oh, there it is, right over there. Big Landspout. Right. Hey, we got a Landspout tornado right over that ridge. No, it really isn't. I'm gonna pull out, now that I got visual confirmation on them, there they are, right over there. Okay, now that I got visual confirmation on them and can see them over here, I'm gonna find a pull-off spot and report these. Then I'm gonna eat my lunch. Oh, there's another one, right over there. Yeah, you can sometimes get landspout tornadoes on days like this. That's not unheard of. There it is, right over there. There's one down over there. This guy must be a storm chaser. There it is. See it right over there. Landspout. Landspout tornado, you can kind of see that Landspout tornado right over there. There it is. Yeah, the person in this white car must also be a storm chaser. That was probably why they were riding my butt. They wanted me to go faster. I'm trying to eat a burger, guy. Jeez. Yeah. Well, right now, there were 2 Landspouts earlier. Right now, I've just got 1. I don't know how well they're showing. Are they resolving well on stream? I don't know how well they are showing up for you guys. They're very faint. They're kind of lifting now. Try to get under them. There they are. We got them again. Oh, there it is. There it is. You guys see it? Right over there. It's right behind the airfield. Nope, it's blocked by that building. There it is. Here in a second. Just need to get around this slowpoke. Okay, we're driving right towards it now. It's gonna be right over here. Behind the airport. See the wind's picking up a little bit. Yeah. It's gone. We had a Landspout on the ground just a second ago. Oh, a weak tornado, basically. Hold on, I think we got another one to the south here. Another one to the north, actually. Hold on. I think it's on this dirt road. Yeah. Yeah, we got another, yeah, I just spotted another one. Got another one down up here. Cool. Well, we had what appeared to be 2 or 3 weak Landspouts out here. By my count, we had 4 of them, possibly 5. I don't see them anymore, though. No, that's not a spout, that's just dust. Just blowing dirt. Cool. Alright. I'm going to circle back. But we had, yeah, possible Landspout here earlier. It's definitely the right conditions for them. For a Landspout? Not for a Landspout, not here in Colorado. All right, well, we had our first sighting for the day, and it was a spout. We saw that, so we saw that one earlier. It was right over here. We're right along that boundary too, so I mean, if there's anywhere we'd see one, it'd be out here. But we saw that dust getting sucked up into the storm. That's a pretty classic landspout. So I mean, if there's anywhere we'd see one, it'd be out here. But we saw that dust getting sucked up into the storm. That's a pretty classic landspout. Back? Okay, we're back. Just some weak ground circulations. These didn't even persist long enough for me to like want to even. I think we're probably gonna. There are some new storms developing to the rear of these ones. South out of Sterling. What the hell? I'll do one thing real quick. So when I was filling up the last one, that gas pump I was on ran out of gas. Alright, then we're gonna drop south on this. Chance to finish up my lunch real quick. Hang tight, folks. I don't even think these are severe warnings anymore. We have a really high base. All right, we're gonna drop south to the Fort Morgan storm next. One. The Otis. All right, let's do it. Otis. This storm isn't doing it. Yeah, they just put a special weather statement on my storm, but I think we'll see a cell merger going on with all these different cells here. Once that merger actually happens, south. Play here is a bit south. South looks like it's really developing a hook on it. I'm trying to get south so I can observe it. Near Fort Morgan. I'm starting to curl, really starting to curl around actually. Fort Morgan storm is our best bet. I'm gonna zigzag on this one if we need to. I think we're gonna move towards Fort South again. This storm is so intensifying. Storm is, and look, based on this storm track, I fast its route. This is the way. Beneath those echo tops. Yeah, let's go Otis. Be on the north side of this storm, which is where I am right now. So I'm gonna have to go up to Fleming. That's fine. It's only 8 miles. It's only a little bit out of the way. That southern lobe is really starting to rotate. It's got that comma shape to it, too. Yeah, I think we're in a good place. I think we're in a good place here. Yeah, we'll look around. I'm starting to see some storm features here I like. Sasquatchimo's message is probably fine. Actually, this storm right now is kind of starting to look good. Hold on, I was gonna say, I wish you guys could see this, but I don't have to wish. Try that.
In half a mile, turn right.
Yeah. Keep your eyes peeled, folks. Keep your eyes peeled. Getting its act together. Yeah, this is starting to organize. Something going on over there. You guys see that? Something happening over there. Dave B, thank you for the gifted sub. Spring Forward, welcome to being a cool criminal. You are now authorized to do cool crimes. I mean, you've always been authorized to do cool crimes, but thanks for being a cool criminal. Welcome to the club, to the Cool Crimes Club. The trip to the CCC, the Cool Crimes Club. Who's this dork? Do I know this guy? Is that David Baxter? Who just passed me? Oh, hell no.
In 800 feet, merge onto Colorado 61 South.
This is sketchy. Look where we're parked right now. So we got a lowering here. I'll tighten this all up. We got right at the edge of the storm.
In 300 feet, turn left onto County Road 61.
We got this shelf over here, this kind of lowering. Yeah, I see that boundary too. These clouds are really high up. I mean, these are really elevated right now. I'm kind of interested in that thing that's going south. Like towards Akron. Boy, this is a hard call. This is a tough call. It's a really tough call.
Turn right onto County Road 63. Turn right onto County Road 63.
I think Otis is the play. I think Otis really is the play. See, I'm not seeing, because there's also, I'm seeing this guy up here. I don't know what this is.
Head north on County Road 63 toward County Road 24.
I guess telling me that Otis is the play here. It's moving fast. I can always get back on this later. Yeah, we're gonna drop south. Let's go south.
Head west on County Road 22 toward County Road 61.
If something drops, we'll see it. We got plenty of visibility on it here.
north on County Road 61 toward County Road 24.
Yeah, that's it.
Turn left onto County Road 61. Head north on County Road 61 toward County Road 24. Turn left onto County Road 61. Head north on County Road 61 toward County Road 24. In 800 feet, merge onto Colorado 61 South.
What's this guy doing?
Continue on Colorado 61 South for 31 miles.
Let's go. Okay, let's cook. Buckle up. I think when these cells merge, we're going to see some craziness happening here. I think this is where the real action is going to be. really high base. Still not seeing anything. I'm still not seeing any bases in here, you know? Nothing that says to me tornado. Maybe when we get the cell merger down here, we'll get something. Take chances on this storm. That's funny. That's curious to me first. Big dust kick up over there. So I'm guessing that's outflow. Hey-oh, big lightning. This apparently, evidently, one could describe it that way. Oh, that's over there. 20 minutes. All right. All right. We gotta. Mezzo right over there. I'm gonna try to race it. Cross its path. It's wheat, actually. Velocity couplet over there. Hey, Weeping Waters. I was just in your area, say about, I want to say about an hour ago. I was just there past the airport, and there was a little Landspout tornado out there earlier. From what I can see on radar, it doesn't look like you've got maybe a little storm up by Raymer that's coming your way, but I think you should be fine. Just make sure you're staying weather aware though, in case that blows up. There's definitely still some potential for that storm to get a little bit stronger, I think, but most of the worst of it's passed through, I reckon. I did catch a little Landspout tornado out kind of in that area though earlier. It's kind of cool. Good to see you, Weeping Waters. waters, by the way. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, we had two little spouts out there earlier. They were pretty weak. I mean, so weak that you could have walked through them safely. Not that you should ever try walking through a Landspout, but because they can rapidly intensify. But you probably could have walked through those and not even known they were there, honestly. Bird farts. Hi, Spring Forward. Welcome to the Cool Criminals Club. Cool Criminals Party? Oh, we should call it the Cool Criminals Party, so that way it could be CCP. Dude driving without his lights on. It's scary. Well, I'm about to drive into the most intense part of this storm. I swear that my navigation keeps adding like 20-30 minutes onto my time. We are definitely going to be coming up on a low signal area here shortly, though. Tumbleweed. Tumbleweed intercepted. It's a tumble. It's a bumble. Yeah, I saw that. Well, I personally didn't see that. I saw that another storm chaser caught that one. I caught a Landspout crossing I-80 up by, alright, we're about to get into it here. We're passing through an area on radar of some hail. Not too bad, though. Yep, we're getting some hail. Alright, I'll haul this one in. Pea-sized hail. Pretty manageable. Slice right through this. Get a hail report. Yeah, I saw a landspout up in Nebraska yesterday. I got it because I was trying to catch another tornado. Probably should have though. Yeah, well, you know, the Landspout, I was really, the reason I didn't stop for the Landspout is because there was a tornado to the north of me that I saw developing, but it went rain wrapped. So I was pushing to try to get through the rain to try to get to the tornado, and it went tornado warned, but I couldn't catch it. I couldn't catch up to it fast enough because I wasn't willing to go that fast on those waterlogged roads. I think if I had a little bit more of a stomach for hydroplaning, I probably could have caught up to that tornado. But I did get to see those cells develop and I get to hydroplaning. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I didn't stop to look at that Landspout because I was hell-bent on getting that tornado. Unfortunately, I didn't get the tornado, but I tried my best. Yeah, there's a little hail in here. Deal with 10 more minutes of this and we can move east. Right. Get it. almost punched through this. We're almost on the other side of it. We're going to have to go back through it again to get ahead of it, which isn't going to be fun. Cutting through. Come on. Hello, what the heck is that? What the heck is that? Okay, we're headed to Yuma. Finally. If you are still with us, my name is Patrick. I haven't seen any chats in a while, so I don't know if you're still watching me. If you are still with me here, though, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. I'm looking at whatever this is developing right in front of me here. That's pretty cool. Just cut through that I've got an area of rotation actually that's just off to my west that's coming down on me fast. So I'm going to try to... Yeah, I am seeing that area of velocity. It's literally right behind me. I'm trying to put as much distance between myself and that as I can. I think that epoxy, I don't know if you know what inflow contamination is, but I'm thinking it might just be inflow contamination causing that. I don't think that rotation is actually real, but there is an area of rotation that is off to my west that is looking interesting. But yeah, I'm just trying to put some distance between myself and that before I turn around to look at it. I want to make sure. Oh, I haven't been keeping tabs on that. I've just been keeping tabs on my own neighborhood. Looks like our little scud evaporated here. It's not a good sign. It's not for the help of the storm. Yeah, due west of me towards Akron, I've got some rotation and what appears to be a hook echo. This road is covered in craters from, you know, all the bombs they dropped during the last war. We got ourselves a tornado. Let's fucking go. Told you when there's storms colliding we get a tornado. We're on it, baby.
In this area until 5 o'clock p.m. MDT. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Check media.
Yeah, we're gonna be on it in a second. I need to get hardball to get out there, but we're gonna be right the heck on it. That circulation probably passed within about 400 feet of us just a minute ago. We're on it, baby. We are very close. I just need to get hardball. Don't cross the road. Thank you. Keep your eyes peeled. We're going to be on it in a second. Sweet. We cleared that hail core. We're going to be on 34 East in just a minute, and we'll be able to shoot east and get right up under it. We just passed that couplet. I told you guys. Oh, we got a debris path here. Okay. Yeah, there's a debris path right over there. My brother in Christ, you need to move. You need to move your ass. What are you doing?
In half a mile, turn left onto US 34 East.
We got debris down in town. We've got debris, yeah, we've got debris scattered all over town here.
Turn left onto US 34 East, then turn right onto South Weld Street.
Yeah, there's a lot of storm damage here. Looks like Alright, we're on it, guys.
Turn right onto South Weld Street, then you will arrive at your destination.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
You have arrived.
Nope, we're running this light. I need you to move, dude. More storm damage here. Alright, we're getting on it. More storm damage. We're getting under it. towards Yuma. And Wray. Alright. Got that velocity coupler to my north now. Let's go. Let's go. I knew this was going to be it. Alright, we got strong winds coming up. We got outflow winds coming through here. Come on, where are you, baby? You gotta be in here somewhere. We gotta keep moving. Alright, we're in a tornado-warned storm near Yuma, Colorado. We're punching through the rain to try to get up into it. We're gonna try to get ahead of this tornado. We got a lot of ground to cover. We got tornado reported. More tornado reports coming in. Got it. We're on it. Tornado's due north of us right now. Got strong inflow winds flowing into it right now. Across the hook right now. It should be right up ahead of us somewhere. Coming into Yuma. This car's coming from the other direction. Keep your eyes peeled for a tornado. Office of Emergency Management. We had some storm damage back there. Come on, guys. You guys gotta go faster than this. Yeah, we got a tornado. Welcome to the party, Neil Rucco. We got a tornado down. We're on it. You're hot on it. I got my camera pointed at it right now, but it's wrapped in rain. Okay, tornadoes this way. Strong velocity couplet right off this way. Should be about a mile to my northeast. That last scan was about 2 minutes ago though. That tornado's moving about 30 miles per hour, so that's probably going to be 2.5 miles to my east. Strong winds coming in now. Got tornado damage off to my left. Welcome to Yuma County. No, that's not tornado damage, that's flood damage. Oh, this really feels like outflow, not inflow. Maybe with RFD, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Everybody on this road must be storm chasers. Come on, buddy. I believe in you. Yep. Yeah, this storm. Alright, I got an inflow tail down to my south. Inflow tail. You guys see that? I can't see the wall cloud yet. Oh, I've been, we need to get on the podcast. Yeah, we need to get on the podcast. But I've been doing good. How have you been doing? Ah, Storm Chaser conga line. We're in the Storm Chaser conga line. No. Come on, come on. You guys gotta go faster than this, buddy. What are you doing? Come on. Go, go, go. Whoa, that wind direction changed real fast. Come on. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, I see that he's got another car behind him. we're in Yuma. Tornado due north of us. Look at that green sky. Alright, we're gonna have to punch forward to Eckley. Got a bunch of people taking shelter in the car wash. It's a solid move. What I'd be doing. Alright. We're at Eckley. Tornadoes due north of us. Storm track appears to be moving south. Southeasterly now. We're in the town of Yuma, Colorado. Got a tornado due north of us. Almost directly north of us, actually. Still have it on radar, though. The tornado sirens? We don't have tornado sirens yet. Yeah, I can't see the tornado yet either. It's still wrapped in rain. Strong winds coming in now. Come on. I got some flood damage here. Looks like more water came across the road here earlier. Buddy, if you're not sure if you should be driving, then you shouldn't be on the road. Nice, okay, sweet, we cleared it. Alright, we're almost ahead of the storm. It's lifted. I don't have it anymore. Yeah, I know. I need to get north. I'm gonna try to get in front of the storm. I'm gonna get to Eckley, and then I'm gonna get north of it. Try to get in front of it. It's gonna get rough. Wait, dude, get off the road, jackass. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Got something. Okay. Moving rain bands. We got something. Buddy, you need you to move. Come on, buddy. Buddy, we're literally in the path of a tornado right now. Need you to move. Come on, man. Put a little, there we go. A little bit of hustle. There we go. You got the idea. Okay, we're almost clear. Holy cow. Holy cow. Alright. First, I need you to move. We have a, we got something on the ground over here. I've never seen anything like this before. I don't know what this is. Is this an info? Is this an info? Is it the ghost train? I think I'm looking at a condensed ghost train. Yeah, this is the ghost train. Holy cow, that's incredible. Guys, we're about to punch right through the ghost train. I have never seen a ghost train this well defined before, guys. This is amazing. I've never seen anything like this before. No, that's not a ghost train, that's outflow. I'm not sure what that is. It's the craziest looking thing I've ever seen. This is truly wild. Let me drop the exposure on the camera lens so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Look at that. I believe that is wrapping into the storm. That's wrapping into the storm. is the prettiest thing I've ever seen. I have no idea what that is. I believe that's an inflow band. If I'm not mistaken, that is an inflow band. It looks like it's inflow. Sometimes, I believe some storm chasers refer to that as the... Alright, guys, we're going to turn around and take a look back into this tornado. Yeah, it's no longer tornado warned. This is crazy looking. This is the wildest looking thing I've ever seen. Yeah, look at that. That's an inflow band of some kind. Adulting is hard, Thundermelon. I don't know what that is, genuinely. I don't think I've seen anything like that. But that looks like maybe there's a maybe you know what that is? I think there might be a fire or a factory or something over there, a smoke producer, and that's getting sucked into the storm. Yeah, so I think what we might be seeing here is there was a lightning strike causing a wildfire, or maybe there's an oil refinery or a factory over there, and that fire is getting sucked. The smoke from that fire is getting sucked into the storm. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I just want to get a look. See what you think it looks like. How about that? No. Right now. possible tornado, Landspout tornado. Landspout tornado over here. Landspout tornado happening right here. Holy shit. I have never seen anything like that before. That is crazy. We're crossing, Landspout tornado crossing the road. That is wild. Woo! Look at that. It's rotating. Right there. That's incredible. We got it. There's the funnel right there, see it? Amazing. Woo! Landspout tornado. Look at it go. Well, it wasn't the tornado I wanted, but it is a tornado. We'll take it. All right, let's get back on it. That's incredible. I don't think I've been closer to a Landspout before. Oh, there's another one right over there. New Landspout. Are you kidding me? This guy got Landspouts for days. No, I guess that would be our, what, third tornado of the day? We got another one up there. Another Landspout. Right up on the hill. Still going, still cooking. We got another Landspout up on the hill. Yeah, we're kind of on the gust front right now. We got I got a bunch of little crawler funnels up on top of me too. I bet you we're gonna see more. Oh, there she goes. Yeah, I mean, we're in an eastern Colorado outflow boundary headed into Kansas. I mean, this is it's what you get in this environment. Lots of, man, we had some Landspouts in Fort Morgan. We had some, or in Sterling. We had some Landspouts out here. Hot damn. All right, let's stay ahead of the storm. Which, speaking of, we might as well take a look at our storm. Oh, that's spooky looking. All right, back in the Storm Chaser conga line. Oh, damn it! Another Landspout right over there. I got Landspouts for days, guys. You want Landspouts? We got Landspouts. Technically a tornado. Yeah, I see it. Holy shit! Yeah, that was about 100 yards away. Also, swear jar. Look, we got a tornado right over there. We got a Landspout tornado in view right now. Keeping an eye on that Landspout. We got some more rotation, like right behind me. What a frickin' day. I guess it's Landspout day today. Yeah, I saw that fire earlier. I wasn't sure if that was a lightning strike fire or if that was like an oil fire. I'm not sure what that was. That had a sudden wind shift. Yeah, that circulation over there is picking back up again. Hey, Evan! Hey, Evan! We have a bunch of... If you keep me on, we're going to probably have another Landspout here pretty soon. That one up over the hill was down for a couple minutes, and it's probably going to come back down again. Also, big shout out to Evan Fryberger. Thank you so much for hosting me on your channel, Evan. If for some reason you're subscribed to me but not Evan Fryberger, please go check him out. He's a meteorology streamer, weather streamer. Make sure to go subscribe. Also, all my other weather streamers, you guys know who you are. Ty Metalhead, Jessica Does Weather, all you people, you know who you are. Spout? Yeah. Boy, there's a crazy there's a wall cloud over there, guys. Hold on. Let me get out of Wray for there's a crazy strong winds blowing over that way, but I don't know if you guys can see it. It looked like a wall. No, that is a wall cloud. There's some new development off that direction. it looks kind of insane. I'll put the yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it. Trust me, you'll know when you see it. There's something swirling around over there. Yeah, I can't see northeast of me right now, Thundermelon. I unfortunately... Have you ever been to Wray on Thundermelon? I live in this little valley. Here, I'll tell you what. Let me put my wide-angle lens on until we get out of the city proper. Because we're kind of just stuck here in between these mountains. We need to get out of the city. Got some cycling, got some rising there, really fast moving clouds. Yeah, I see some really fast moving clouds up there. I don't know if you guys can see that. Hopefully that signal comes back in. All right, we're looking northeast of Wray. That Landspout is gone now. The spout is gone. I think it's going to probably reorg. Bolts down left and right. If you guys can see it, got my Landspout over there. You guys see it? Landspout tornado right over there. back on it. It's circling again. It's coming back. It's trying again. Stay with this. It's pretty faint right now. You can barely see it. I think it's still over there. I'm just gonna keep moving. Oh no. Cops sitting up here waiting for storm chasers to rip through. I don't see it anymore, guys. I don't at Landspout anymore. I don't have eyes on that spout anymore, guys. I think I'm far enough ahead of it. I don't have any, it's not down anymore, guys. I think it's cooked. Yeah, it's cooked. All right, what do we have here? All right, our Landspout's lifted. Yes, it is. Broken windshields are the name of the game. El Ruco. Well, that was an exciting day. We had, the real question is, was that one Landspouts? Indeed, who can say? Was it really a Landspout, or was it the friends we made along the way? Kind of rude for that cop to wait for all the storm chasers. I think we're in Kansas now. Damn, I didn't realize I chased that thing that far. Oh yeah, I destroy cars. Hold on. Nope, never mind. I just got eyes on it again. It's down. All right, we're back on it. I just got eyes on it again. There's another spout down way over yonder. I may need to drop a little bit further south to get it though. Now I just spotted another noodle down here. Although I think, looking at it from this side of things, guys, I think our storm's cooked. I think what I'm gonna do is when I get to Hagler, I'm gonna find a gas station and just ride it out and call it a day. Unless that Landspout comes back down again, I'm probably just gonna. Unless that Landspout comes back down again, I'm probably just gonna ride this one out. I mean, look. Potatoes to get in one day. It is still down.